It's WGMSNCI here. How is doing? Doing a lot of things tonight. I'm celebrating my 1 year YouTube anniversary tonight by streaming because that makes a lot of sense. And we are going to be playing through doing a first series playthrough. And I decided to do something idiotic, really, to be honest. I started my first series playthrough with the Soulsborne series. So I know a little bit about the series. I've played quite a bit of Bloodborne and a little bit of Dark Souls 1, but that would be about it. So each game has their own specific stipulations, and they're all in the channel description below, so if you want to know what stipulations I'm doing for each game, check below. And yeah, we're just going to jump straight into it, because I want to get this started. Oh boy. It's going to be fun. Well, we're going to start fresh anyway, so turn myself out of it. There we go. So this is going to be sort of a casual playthrough slash challenge run. I kind of didn't want to put both tags of challenge playthrough plus casual run in the description because that would be kind of weird. But yeah, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to delete my previous files. So this is a totally brand new system. Everything I think is fine. Don't like vibrations. Yes, we're going to have everything on. Brightness looks fine. Network. Okay, so I have online off. Online will be off for all the games, so there will be no online help allowed, either from you folks watching or indeed in the game. Offline help, however, is fair game. So we're going to do that. And let's start. I wish I had installed the death counter, but unfortunately I couldn't.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin? Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
Alright, so I'm not going to spend too long on character customization. As for name, just going to put my own name in it. I'd like to think I'm young, so I'll go with young. Is there not? Yeah, I thought there was a voice option. It's probably under appearance, that's right. So, one of the first things we're going to be doing for this playthrough is we're going to be selecting Waste of Skin, which is essentially deprived from the Souls series. It starts off the lowest level and the lowest stats overall. So, Waste of Skin. And I'm not really going to go too much into character customization, but I do like doing this. Yeah, still I think I'm youthful. I like being very burly, because when else are you going to get very burly? Where's the hair details? Face presets. Features. Hair, there's hair. So again, I'm not really going to spend too long on this. I'm just going to make a very basic character. Should I have a little tattoo? Nah. Glasses? Oh, I could make myself look badass with a pair of sunglasses, or a monocular, pure like, or pure like librarian reading glasses, or just go siphon filter, or really small sunglasses. I kind of like these sunglasses. Not gonna lie. But I think just the normal glasses actually makes them look kind of cool, actually. So I'll go with those. And just keep with black. Alright. Finish contract. So I'll be reading stuff, I'll be looking at stuff, but this is obviously a challenge run too. So, combination of a few things. Hello, Aline, or
Good.
Lord Cookie.
All signed and sealed.
I'm used to saying your normal name. Sorry.
Now, let's begin the
Hope you're well.
Oh, don't you worry.
And thank you for the follow.
Whatever happens, you may think it all.
Hopefully you can hear everything okay. And it's really windy outside. Oh, I love Bloodborne as well. I'm pretty bad at it myself, but this is going to be a very interesting playthrough because of the challenges I have set myself on this. So, yeah, all fun and games.
You found yourself a hunter.
So the interesting thing about Bloodborne is you start off literally with the worst clothing in the game, but we're going to look at it. Hood worn upon awakening to the nightmare of blood and beasts, perhaps its wearer had to stay out of sight and travel by cover of darkness. Without memory, who will ever know? Oops, I didn't mean to remove my clothing. Clothing worn upon awakening to the nightmare of blood and beasts. Not typical clothing for Yharnam, perhaps it is of foreign origin. It is said, after all, the traveller came to Yharnam from afar. Without memory, who will ever know? Bandage worn upon awakening to the nightmare of blood and beasts. Terribly worn and unsanitary. A faint memory recalls blood ministration, involving the transfusion of unknown blood, not long after the nightmare began. Trousers worn upon awakening to the nightmare of blood and beasts. Not typical clothing for Yharnam. Oh, it's the same stuff. Okay. So let's just get used to controlling stuff. Handwritten scroll. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. And because this is a Souls game, you can roll into everything. first fight, you're meant to die to it, but I'm gonna try and fight it because I'm brave and silly. So that's just tutorial stuff. Oh yeah, our freeze lock on. I remember that. Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, okay, that didn't work. Nope. No! And that's the first death. That is the first death. That's death 1. Although it's technically scripted, because you're meant to die. I've never been able to kill him. I think it is possible to kill him with your base weapons and stuff, but very difficult to do. So this is the main hub of the game, the Hunter's Dream. Really cool hub, I love this hub. It's really atmospheric. You can go over here. Can't really do much at the start, I don't think. Yeah. Because most of the stuff that you have to do here is linked to Insight, which we don't have any. I don't even think you can... You can buy stuff, but I have no money, or echoes. Can we even look at the blood vials? Yes we can, I think we can. So, blood vial. Special blood used in administration, restores hit points. Once a patient has had their blood administered, a unique but common treatment in Yarnum, successive infusions recall the first, and are all more invigorating for it. No surprise that most Yarnumites are heavy users of blood. Special bullets used with hunter firearms. Ordinary bullets have no effect on beasts, and so Quicksilver bullets fused with the wielder's own blood must be employed. The strength of Quicksilver bullets greatly depends on the wielder's blood tinge. Molotov cocktail explodes in raging flames when thrown against an object. One of the oldest hunter tools available in the workshop. Since the tragedy that struck old Yardum, fire has become a staple in beast hunts, and is thought to cleanse impurity. Certain types of beasts have an abnormal fear of flame. Small pebbles found throughout Yarnum can be thrown at foes. Quite thrilling. And you notice that the pebble kind of looks like an eye? Yeah, that's a thing. Oh, we can buy this, but we can read it. Ludwig, the first hunter of the Healing Church, once recruited Yarnumites to serve as hunters. This hunter's attire was made for new recruits and has excellent straightforward defense. This is clearly not enough, though, to allow an ordinary man to stand any real chance against the beasts. And I think it's pretty much the same. Yep. Pretty much the same. Yeah, pretty much the same stuff. And that's it. But we have no echoes, so we can't really buy anything. And hello. An abandoned doll. Alright, so this is where you get your first weapons. Messengers offer you a trick weapon. Choose one. The trick weapons are wielded in the right hand and can be employed in beast hunting. So we have Saw Cleaver, Hunter's Axe, Threaded Cane. So Saw Cleaver is kind of like a happy medium of the three weapons. Hunter Axe is pretty much strength and attack power, and Threaded Cane is pretty much dex. So I always pick Hunter Axe because it's really good and its charge R2 is one of the best in the game. And not only that, it actually has the highest durability as well, which is something I didn't really notice until later on. So we're going to pick Hunter X. Oops. Make sure to equip it. That's better, now we have an axe. Messengers offer you a firearm. Choose one. Firearms are wielded with the left hand and employed at beast hunting. So pistol gives you, yeah, I think it even says here. Yeah, pistol made at the workshop for hunters and stalking beasts. Hunter firearms are specially crafted to employ quicksilver bullets fused with the wielder's own blood, boosting damage against beasts. The pistol is a quicker draw than the blunderbuss, allowing for speedier responses to attacks. So basically, this is faster than the blunderbuss, but the blunderbuss offers like a shotgun style sort of thing. So, but I like the hunter pistol. Always pick it. Notebook received from the messengers. Leave messages with these loyal servants to share them with hunters in other worlds. Let's get the notebook. And I think, yeah, I haven't read this. Hunter's mark. Dangling upside down rune etched into one's mind, symbol of a hunter. By forcing one's thoughts onto this rune, the hunter loses all blood echoes but awakens afresh, as if it were all just a bad dream. So this is essentially a homeward bone, but a bad one because you lose all your echoes. So really, unless you're like really dire straits, you're going to use that, but I rarely use it. And we have a notebook. Messengers are inhabitants of the dream who revere the brave hunters. Use them to send messages to other worlds. Leave notes with messengers. Read the notes left to messengers in other worlds, and read the notes to reach out to hunters in across planes of existence. And this is online, so we can't really use it because we're playing offline. This will be a offline playthrough, and I sat down because that's the thing you can do with the motion controls that the PlayStation 4 has. Motion controls. How we love them. Alright, so now we have a weapon. We can probably attack listed. And I'm going to show off why this axe is so good. Why I love it. Hello. Okay. Well, I almost died, but that's fine. We got blood vials. I think I read those. 2 more blood vials. And actually, oh, almost forgot. Now that we've reawakened, we can actually head back up this way. Back the way we came.
Are you out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door. I am Yosefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection. I know that you hunt for us, for our town, but I'm sorry. Please, this is all that I can do. Now, go. And good hunting.
I think you can talk to her again, actually.
Are you still in need of something? But I have nothing more to offer. Please, try to understand my position. I can only pray for a fruitful hunt.
Alright, so we get Yosefka's blood vial. Blood vial acquired from the lady doctor at Yosefka's clinic. This refined blood, highly invigorating, restores a larger amount of HP. This rare blood vial is a product of a slow and careful refinement process, likely devised by the doctor herself. So there's some blood stuff going on. I mean, there's a lot of blood in this game. The game's called Bloodborne. I don't know what else you would expect, really. But now we can proceed on. We get 10 quicksilver bullets, wow. We can this door? Four more blood vials. Look at this, like, look at the dead horse. Just rotting away. Ugh. Okay, how did you miss me? And how did I miss you? Okay, I can pull this lever. I love the wrench and the sax. Love the wrench of it. So good. Got Molotov cocktails. I think I read those. And here we have our bonfires. This lamp now transports you back to Hunter's Dream. Upon death, you'll awaken at this lamp.
Oh, you must be a hunter. And not one from around here either. I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. Well, I don't think I could stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done.
I think you can talk to them like 3 times.
This time, whatever your reasons might be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good. Pale blood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yarnum lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. And deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood. Or so they say.
So we'll come back to you later. I'll set Eustace's blood vial and pebbles and Molotovs. So head down here. Oh, I thought it was gonna hit me there. Crap. Hello. Shortcut. So I am going to try and fight most of the enemies. So this guy is pretty high leveled. So this is going to be fun. Can he see me? He probably can. Oh yeah, he can see me! He can see me! He can see me. That's definitely he can see me. But sorry, I'm gonna mistimed it. Oh. Am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. Okay. Well, that didn't work. At all. Maybe I should try to just transform my weapon. Charge to R2 attack. Okay, this time I'm actually gonna wait for these guys to come across. Okay, that was a bad idea. Okay, interesting. Nice. You know, I realized I could have taken the shortcut, but 6 1/2 doesn't nail her, really. No, you're not grabbing me. Crap. That's why this weapon is good. Charge R2 attack and basically go for any attack or any armor. Really, really good.
You that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
By Jove, they all speak very, like, Cockney British.
Lads, you've come on. You'd open the door on a night of a hunt. Away with you. Now.
So pretty much everybody doesn't want to have anything to do with you. Oh, okay. You just went through my attack. That's okay. You can do that. Whoa, I think you just in the last 100 second there.
Away! Away!
Head up here. Let's try and kill you as soon as possible. Because I know you guys are coming. These guys come this way. Hello. Just killed all three in one go. Love that attack. Love that charge R2. So good. One of the best in the game, probably. And it's on the starter weapon, so it's like... I need the quickness of one-handed here for this guy. Let me heal. Should use normal L2 there. No, I'm not letting you shoot me. I'm gonna let you come to me. Okay, I don't know why you're trying to charge at me. You're dead. Oh really? You helped me from there? I've got an effort from here. Oh, no, it didn't. Yeah, they're just burning lycanthropes all around here. So this game's like heavily inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's works. You get to see that throughout this game. Love it. Oh, I think that's a new item. Bloodstone shard. A solid shard that forms in cold blood. After death, some substances crystallize, but most simply harden and form bloodstones. At the workshop, these bloodstones are embedded in weapons to fortify them. So it's basically your weapon upgrade tools.
Reckon you're from round here? Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. Oh, you poor, poor thing.
I love her raspberry side. I can't really do it. Oil yeah. Where is it? Oh, there's duh. When this urn hits its mark, the target is drenched in oil and is made extremely flammable. Fire is the commonplace in the hunt, and oil urns accentuate its effect. Sometimes when hunters burn beasts, they appear intoxicated by the euphoria of purification. Long words so long. I think I can try to sneak up with this dude. Oh, he heard me. He heard me. Hello. Alright, got another game. Torch. A common torch formed by wrapping pine resin drenched cloth all around the end of a long stick. Hunters chose these torches not only because the hunt leads them to the darkest nooks, but also because certain creatures they encounter are possessed by a deathly fear of flame. This is actually pretty good. It's actually a good weapon for some enemies that are weak against fire, because there's certain attributes Like every weapon has an attribute. So, you know, that's the fire attribute being a torch. Hello, doggy. Goodbye, doggy. Right, gonna let these guys spot me. Because there's a guy up there that has a gun. I don't want him to shoot me, so I'll get rid of these guys first. Love the range of that L2 attack. Just a big sweep motion. Love the range of it. Love it. Okay, so down there are two more of those werewolves with full health. I'm gonna ignore them for now. More pebbles. Another bloodstone shard. Ah! Oof. That's a silly idea. I just let him fall. I mean, fair enough, you can fall. Okay, this guy, where is he? There he is. He's a tough dude. No, he's dead. I mean, he took two full R2 charged attacks to kill, so I'll try to get inside him. Oops. I forgot D-pad does literally nothing. Well, it gets me 5 bullets, but didn't really need them. Hello, Mr. Rat. Hiya! Goodbye, Mr. Rat. Actually, I think I might need to transform back here. Alright, new armor, which is a lot better than our previous one. Hunter hat, one of the standard articles of hunter attire fashioned in the workshop. A fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defense to anyone facing Yarnum's beastly threat. Recognizable by its withered feathers, this cap is fashioned after one of the old hunters. I think this is all pretty much the same. Yeah, allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by the cover of night. So armor, like most Souls games, doesn't really matter, but it does give you a little bit of stats, so I do like equipping them. Alright, we look pretty cool now. Hello, rats. stop. Motion controls. Throwing knife. Yeah. Throwing knife with finely serrated blade, one of the old hunter Henrik's favourite weapons. Does not cause a great deal of damage to beasts, but with deft use can distract attackers and keep them at bay. Yeah, that's actually a dex-based thing. Interesting. I was wondering if we can carry rats. Probably not. Oh, that guy's still there? Great. Alright, try and... Yeah. Come closer, come closer. Right back. Alright, now you. Hot jump at the same time. Alright, I got the item from up there, so now I need to do this pretty carefully. I didn't do it carefully. These things are just weird. Okay, stop. Such a good R2 attack. I'll heal. Oh yeah, there's a lot of ladders in this game. A lot of them. In fact, the speedrun that I watch of this literally like talks about ladders in this game. Oh, you're not dead. Now you are. Alright, Madman's Knowledge, new item. Skull of a madman touched by the wisdom of the great ones, used to gain insight. Making contact with the eldritch wisdom is a blessing, but even if it drives one mad, it allows one to serve a grander purpose for posterity. Huh. Interesting. So the interesting thing about this game is you actually can't level up until you have 1 point of insight minimum. So we're going to use it so we can level up. I think I can actually talk to you. Yeah.
Wretched outsider. Trying to fool me to open this door. Heavens, the depths of depravity.
I love the words used in this game. Like old English words. Really, really cool. But again, this has a Victorian era to it. Ooh, shedding coins, new item. Shining coins, various coins that are practically luminous, particularly luminous. There are very few uses for spare change during a hunt. These will serve as guides through the darkness, or one could save them until morning, if it ever comes. So these are kind of like markers. They're kind of interesting, actually. Interesting items.
know that smell. Are you a hunter? Please will you look for my mum? Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him. But now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared.
Alright, we're gonna do this.
Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so silly running off without it.
Alright, the item. A small music box received from a young Yarnum girl plays a song shared by her mother and father. Inside the lid is a small scrap of paper, perhaps an old message. Two names can be made out, however faintly, Viola and Gascoigne. So actually I'm gonna put Oilern on, put Molotov Cocktail on. Oh yeah, I used the Joseph's blood vial. So that heads back to where we were, so we need to go back essentially. I'm gonna double back on myself here. I like how confident I was rolling towards the edge there. If I fell off, I probably would have died. I think that drop's definitely enough to kill you. Not this wall. Love that charger to attack. So good. Being bad at stamina management here. It's not good. That's the only problem with the axe actually, is it costs a lot of stamina to use. Nice. Got some extra blood vials. Like, I hit him from behind me. And you see that pig over there? We're gonna ignore that. For now. For now. For now. Climbing up the ladder. Because now we can go through here. Love making emotes in this game. So good. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Okay, that didn't work. Why did that work? I don't know why. Actually break through the stun effect. I'm pretty sure I timed that well. I didn't. Maybe I timed that poorly, but I thought I timed that pretty well. Cold Blood Dew, I think that's a new item. Droplet of cold blood containing blood echoes. Used to gain blood echoes. Hunter sustained by the dream gains strength from blood echoes. They imbibe the blood with thoughts of reverence, indeed gratitude for their victims. I think imbibe is another old English word. I'm not entirely sure what it means. So this guy's a jerk. We're gonna kill him. Ooh, new item, but we'll read this first. When the hunt began, the healing church abandoned us, blocking the great bridge to the cathedral ward, as they burned old Yarnum to the ground on that moonlight night. And I think we got it. Yeah, pungent blood cocktail. Mature blood cocktail that releases a pungent odor when thrown that attracts bloodthirsty beasts. A precious tool that is sadly in short supply. In Yarnum they produce more blood than alcohol, as the former is more intoxicating. Yeah, I got your item. Excuse me? How did you do that? Alright, shortcut acquired. I think you just open it, yeah. Okay, a few things that you might have noticed. The stall's awake.
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit.
And you can basically level up with her. So this is actually a part of the playthrough. Use blood echoes to his stats and level up.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Okay, so this is another part of the playthrough that I'm going to be doing. So the kind of build I will be going for is what I call a jack of all trades build. So essentially what this means is that I can only make my stats the same, or within one of the highest stat. So what that means is, at the minute I'm currently breaking my rule, but I am allowed to make sure that my rule stands for my first level up. So we have to put up blood tinge by 2. So now everything's at 9 and vitality and strength at 10. So now I can put endurance up 1, skill up 1, blood tinge up 1, and arcane up 1. So now all my stats are the same. So I can actually pick any stat that I want to increase by another 1, which I can do. Yes, I can. I'm going to go for strength. So now, after I've done that, I have to make sure I have to put up all my other stats to 11 before picking another stat to go to 12. And so on and so on and so on, all the way through to the rest of the game. So, basically in Dark Souls, this build is very bad, because you're meant to pick like a specific skill set or a specific style, but we're just going to go with all of the styles, because we're weird like that. So yeah, this is going to be a very challenging playthrough.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
I say I'm going to talk to her just normally.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it? Did you speak with Gehrman? He was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose.
Interesting.
Ah, the little ones, inhabitants of the dream. They find hunters like yourself, worship and serve them.
Worship, interesting.
Speak words they do not. But still, aren't they sweet? Farewell, good hunter.
I mean, I guess you could call these little guys sweet. I don't know. Consume insight and ring the beckoning bell to enlist cooperation from hunters from other worlds. Silence if like ends such forms of cooperation. So 2 new items actually. Let me see, where are they? Yes. Great old bell discovered in the underground labyrinth. Its ring resonates across worlds, and the first hunter used it as a special signal to call hunters from other worlds to cross the gap and cooperate. A human must use insight to ring this uncanny bell, but the benefits of cross-world cooperation are many. So this is an online item which we can't use because we're not having online on our playthrough. Hunters are linked by the resonance of bells with special encoded timbers. This inaudible burst disrupts such resonance. Fire trained cooperation to prevent further cooperation. Firing does not disrupt the resonance of a sinister bell. So that's interesting. Consume insight and ring the whole old hunter bell to arrest the cooperation of old hunters. So this is offline help, which I am allowed to use. Where is it? There's such a key item. One of the resonating bells that cross the gaps of worlds. This bell is cracked and stained with the blood of beasts. A human must expend insight to ring this uncanny bell. The old hunters who have long passed from the dream cannot forget the feeling of the hunt. Rely upon messages to relay their thoughts. Ring the bell at their side and they are certain to give a listen, for the night of the hunt is long and unchanging. Now this place opens up and gets up to you.
Aha! You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I am Gairman, friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it.
I think we can talk to him again.
This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the dog, should it please you.
Ew. That's just wrong on all levels. But now we can fortify weapons using bloodstones. I think we got a bloodstone from the first big axe guy we fought. But you need to upgrade your weapon before you can equip your weapon with bloodstones. That's what the word I was looking for. Actually, I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't have enough blood echoes. So, and I don't have that. There's actually a lore item here. To escape this dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts, lest the night carry on forever. So, yeah, that's basically our task. We could actually head down here now, in case we have insight. These guys come up, I think. Oh no, not yet. Oh, you probably need. I remember now. You need an item to activate those. So Bloodborne is the game I know the most about in the Souls series. So I will be doing a lot of things sort of relatively quickly. Shining coins, I never use them. I always sell them. So extra 12 echoes, as if that's going to help me, but sure. You know what? I'm actually going to remove those just in case I use them accidentally. Where will I go? Sick room, yes, I actually want to go there because of something.
You're safe, thank goodness. But I'm afraid nothing will change. I cannot open the door. I'll do what I can, of course. Perhaps this will help you, if only in some small way. Now go. I pray for your safety. Are you still in need of something? But I have nothing more to offer. Please, try to understand my position. I can only pray for a fruitful hunt.
So yeah, now we get another Yusef blood vial, which is good. Inventory management. Okay, well that's bad. So I wonder if I just do that.
Pale blood, you say? But if it's
Oh,
the church across and deep
just
the
the same
back.
stuff. Meant to use L2 there, not R1, but sure. Hello, wolves. I am now ready to fight you because I have a strategy in mind. Where are you? Come on. She struts for the win. 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 Love the range of that. Love the range of it. Oh, of course he fell through the stairs. So sometimes that can happen. But I have no regrets about using cheese strats for that bit. Sorry, dogs. You're kind of evil dogs, so I kind of have to kill you. I'll heal.
You're a hunter, aren't you? Then, well, do you know of any safe places? I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you hunters got off your arses, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not?
No.
Yeah, I should have known.
Okay, why did...
You're good for nothing. No respect for the elderly is what that is. That little good you outsiders do. Go on, admit it. You think we're all mad, don't you? Well, go and stop it. I know all your tricks.
Okay. Sorry. Missed. There we go. And then... Hup. So I'll get them items later. And here is my favourite character in the game, Eileen. I love her to pieces.
Oh. A hunter, are you? And an outsider. What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights. Here, to welcome the new hunter.
New item?
Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now.
Bold hunter's mark, dangling upside down rune etched into the mind of a hunter. The image upon this parchment allows one to envision the room with clarity. Allows the hunter to awaken again without losing blood echoes, a trick that seems nearly too good to be true. So this is a better homeward bone. It's really, really good. Anyway, let's talk to Eileen again.
Still lingering about. What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts. No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves.
And get an emote. Right, that's all she gives you.
What are you still doing here? Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
Alright, so I'm going to equip the gesture. I usually... Yeah, conviction's kind of bad. It's just that. So switch. check off the cave. Pretty cool. Now, I've seen someone do this, and I want you to try it. Because you need to fall down here to proceed, but you take damage from doing it, so... Yeah, wow, you take so less damage from that. That's really cool. Someone's shooting at me? Yeah, someone's shooting at me. There we go. This time I'm going to try and be stealthy. Nah, stop being stealthy. I like how it was stealthy for like 2 seconds and then I was like, nah, stuff it. Okay, so that's back where I came. So I haven't been this way, I don't think. Yeah, I haven't been this way yet. So, I need to kill you. And run very quickly. Oh, you're there. You're there. Nice. Yeah, you did it until you shot. There's crews here, they're very hard to see. So do is sort of why take it a little bit easy here. Great. Well, you just jumped off onto that. You can do that. Love that L2 attack. So good, so good. And I should try and get onto this without botching it. Didn't botch it. Where did the crew go? Huh. Is it? Oh, it fell down here. Yeah, the ladder. Just trying to figure out where the ladder was. So here we have to sort of make a triple journey because there's items on both sides that we're going to get. Okay, never mind. And then drop down. Hey, yeah. We get another madman's knowledge. So that's where that's the other place in the game where you can get it. So there's 2 points where you can actually go and just get Mad Max Noise to get the ability to level up straight away before the first boss. And bear in mind we actually haven't got to the first boss yet. So just as a reminder, this is an all bosses playthrough as well. So we're going to fight every single boss in the game, including the DLC, because the DLC is automatically on this game. Because it's a DLC, because it's the Game of the Year edition. We get Saw Spear. I am going to read that there. Okay. Saw Spear. One of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used by those who dedicate themselves to the hunt. This saw, effective at drawing the blood of beasts, transforms into a medium-range spear. The saw with its set of blood-letting teeth has become a symbol of the hunt, and only grows in effectiveness the more grotesquely transformed the beast. So this is a weapon that's pretty good against beast-type enemies. So there's different types of enemies. And actually Saw Spear is pretty decent, actually. But I actually don't really like it. I don't know why, I don't really like it. So now, I'm trying to think where we need to go now. We could probably head back actually to Hunter's Dream, because we have everything done, I think, up to this point, before the first boss. So we do need to make a long journey back, but it's fine. This is the way it is. We've cleared out all the enemies here, so it shouldn't be too bad. Actually, there are enemies that I can fight. I think I will. To get a little bit more echoes before trying to level up for the first boss. Like, look at this! Look at this! It's so cool. Like Victorian architecture and stuff. Now, I'm gonna head back to Hunter's Dream. And there's someone with a motorbike outside, because of course there is. Why can't I access my menu? Oh, it's because she's sleeping.
Welcome home, good hunter. I must have drifted off. What is it you desire? Farewell, good hunter.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Oh, and German's gone. Where'd he disappear to? I was about to go find him and talk to him. Did I do something wrong to make him disappear? I think he does come back though after the first boss. I think he does. I'm gonna try and find him though. See where he's at. I don't think he's actually about at the minute. I don't really see him. But yeah, this place is weird. They're all like tutorial notes, so I'm not going to spend time reading them, to be honest. Okay, so now, fortify weapon. I'm gonna go Hunter's Axe. Oh, I can do it again. Should I? Should I make it +2? I think I should, because I kinda do need it for a few bits. So let's make it +2. And actually, I can't put blood gems on my weapon, so. Not yet, anyway. I can level up though.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Okay, so I can only put up Vitality, Endurance, Strength, Skill, or Blood Tinge, or Arcane. I think I might need more health. Oh, one more. Will I go for Skill? Nah. Arcane puts up my physical defense and my discovery. Blood Tinge, yeah, it's only does put up my defense though. Skill. So every stat puts up your defense. That's actually pretty good. Endurance actually puts up your poison resistance, which is interesting. I'm gonna go Arcane.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Alright, so I think we're ready to go for the first boss. I think we are ready to go for it. Good thing I'm not getting extra blood vials now. Hello? Can you oh yeah, you noticed me now. You definitely noticed me now. Have they noticed me? Oh yeah, it has. Right. This is how you cheese strats. So I will be using some cheese strats in this. I have no shame. I know a few cheese strats, but not a lot, so we won't be using very many of them. Oh nice, +2 charge. Alright. Boss time. Let's do this. I can't die to the first boss, that's shameful. Being too defensive. I think this really grabbed me there. It could have. I used a lot more vials in that fight than I would have liked, but I beat it. First try, peeps. So now, I think a few extra things activate at this point in the game. Just check. Because I am using a guide. The official Bloodborne guide, actually. I think you can talk to German, actually. Well, it says you can, but... Oh, speak with Gilbert. I spoke with Eileen, so... I need to speak to Gilbert now. Yeah, I'll probably sell the Soul Spear. I'm not really gonna use it, so... I will be like selling weapons and stuff that I won't use and stuff like that. So there are some new items here. The hand lantern. Actually, I want to get that. Small portable lantern. This hunting accessory provides light while leaving both hands free to hold weapons. The torch, however, provides a stronger source of light. So actually, in the original Bloodborne, this actually slowed down your stamina regen, but they fixed it for the remaining patches in Bloodborne, so we're gonna buy it. We only need one, and it's pretty handy. Hunter Chief Emblem, a cloth emblem that belonged to the captain of the church hunters long ago. Hunt opens the main gate that leads to the round plaza of the Grand Cathedral. The main gate is shut tight on nights of the hunt, and can only be opened from the other side. With this emblem, in other words, the captain's return, and this emblem determined the end of the hunt. Oops. Kirk Hammer, which is basically a hammer with a sword, which sounds pretty awesome actually. A trick weapon typically used by healing church hunters. On one side, an easily handled silver sword. On the other, a giant obtuse stone weapon characterized by blunt strike and extreme force of impact. Trick hunter weapons forged in the healing church workshop, said to be hidden somewhere in the Grand Cathedral, were made to the tenants of a rival school of craftsmanship. And repeating pistol. So repeating pistol is kind of interesting because it shoots 2 times. Oh, you actually need 11 skill to wield it. Repeating pistol, typically used by healing church hunters, crafted with mostly metal parts and exhibiting a complex design. The repeating pistol fires 2 shots at once, making it a ravenous consumer of quicksilver bullets. Should be used sparingly compared to its workshop counterpart as a trump card in one arsenal. Oh, we can buy these. I think I should. Can I? 2,500. Yeah, I have plenty. Let's buy it. And the rest we can't buy. So I think I've read these. Yeah, I did. So this raises my arcane, so I want that. That also raises my arcane. That lowers my defense, so I don't want that, and that lowers my defense, so I don't want that. So now I have over 200 in every stat, which is pretty good. So I think I like this sort of setup. As I said, like, armor doesn't really matter in this game very much, like a lot of Souls games, but still nice to have. I realized I have 5 insight. Wow. Did that fight give me? Because I only had 1 going in. Does that fight give you 4 insight? Because I don't think I used any other Madman's knowledge to my recollection. Oh yeah, I have 2 shining guns. I might as well sell them. Yeah, small resonant bell. A small bell discovered by the old underground labyrinth. Its ring resonates across worlds, and the first hunter used it as a special signal to call hunters from other worlds across Corporea. This bell resonates with its counterpart, the beckoning bell ring to help hunters in other worlds. So basically you use this to go to other players' worlds and help them out. And we get sinister resonant bell. A bloodstained bell discovered in the old underground labyrinth. One of the resonating bells crosses gaps between worlds, but this one nails for misfortune and malice. The sinister bell is an object of dark thought, surrounded to become the enemy of a hunter in another world. So this is how you go to other people's playthroughs and fight them. And I think we can't buy anything else apart from punch and blood cocktails. Sell shining coins. Oh wow, 2.1%, that's actually pretty good. Alright, can I level up? I think I can.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Oh, I can. I'm gonna go pick endurance, actually. Thunder Yarnum's actually probably closer to where I need to go. Oh yeah, I can speak to Gilbert again.
Pale blood, you say? But if it's blood the church, across the and deep the bark.
Oh, he just says the same thing. I think I can get another use of this because blood vial actually, so I think I'll do that. Ow! Yeah, why do I have nothing equipped? Okay, that was kind of funny. I was like punching and I didn't even realize. I was like, wait, why am I punching? Did I de-equip my weapon? I don't remember doing that. Oh, did I? No, I didn't drop an item. So Arcane actually helps you get items as well, increases your item discovery rate. So it's actually a pretty handy stat to put up.
You're safe, but I'll... Now.
Oh yeah, I didn't put on the actually Gold Hunters handling. There we go. Bit more light to proceedings. So now we actually need to head to a place we've been before. So yeah, every time you go to Hunter's Frame, all the enemies reset, apart from specific ones. So basically you can use that to grind, which is something I very much intend on doing. Strats the game. So yeah, they're actually a very good source of blood vials as well, so always good to get them. No. Ow. No. Ow. I think you can guess what would happen if that hurt you. You'd be dead, probably. Or it would hurt you quite a bit. Ow! Love that charge attack. Like, it knocks these big boys back. So good. We're coming up to probably the highlight of Bloodborne. One of the highlights, anyway. Hi, Mr. Pig. I ignored you. Crap! I didn't get through! No! There we go. Oh, right up. Bum. Oh. Yeah, I am. Oh, so bad. Oh yeah, I didn't even read the Sword Hunter badge. Badge crafted long ago at the workshop attests to one prowess as a hunter of beasts. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes this meaningless badge, except the messengers in the bath who understand its profundity. Certain things can only be entrusted with a hunter in possession of this badge, or so they believe. And then, Sword Hunter badge. One of the badges crafted by the Healing Church. The silver sword is a symbol of the Church Hunter. Ludwig was the first of many Healing Church Hunters to come. Many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. Oh, can't. Yeah, you can't use it. So we're just heading back to the camp. So this next boss is actually quite hard. So I'll be using cheese strats for this. pipe. Alright, so have... Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Alright, here we go.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Okay, where are you?
What's that smell? Sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
I really love that line. It's so good. And that's how you cheese that fight. Okay, it doesn't need that anymore. Actually, I'm gonna put pungent there, throw a knife, hello. Thanks, Macas Gaming. Right, yeah. Where is it? Oh, I went past it. A woman's bright red brooch. Oh, that's okay. Bonjour. That's the length of my French, unfortunately. Ça va? I think that's about the length of my French, unfortunately. A woman's bright red brooch, engraved with the name Viola. Perhaps the jewel is a gift from a hunter, used to change into a droplet blood gem that fortifies any weapon. With the proper proper workshop tool, various weapons can be fortified. But you're very welcome anyway, Macas Gaming, regardless of not understanding English very well. Yes. repair. I think, do I have enough to fortify? No, I don't. Okay, so I just repair it. Oh.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Ah,
Oh, they just says the same thing.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Okay, so again with my sort of build that I'm doing equal stats. So every stat has to be within one of the highest. So basically I have to make all my stats 11 before increasing the next one to 12. So I have to put blood tension skill. And I'll go with strength again. Your grammar's actually fine. Mascas. Your grammar's perfect. Don't worry about it. You're very welcome here anyway.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find...
Can I buy anything new? Actually, now that I think about it. Oh yeah, I can buy antidote. Small medicinal tablets to counteract poison. Used to treat ashen blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged old Yarnum long ago. These tablets only provide short-term relief. The ashen blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge. And you can buy the basic weapons. And the basic guns, and I think that's it. Okay, so now I need to do Senator of Yarnum. Actually, yeah. No. Yes, this is the right place to go. Trying to think. Oh, he just says the same thing.
The church across.
Oh, I turned it off. That's silly of me. Oh, this way. Well, ooh, that was close. Did he actually hit me there? Oh, he hit me there. I think I was a step closer, he would have grabbed me, even through the door. So the door's not 100% safe, and I'm playing very recklessly. Well, death number 3, folks. Death number 3. I think I was just stuck in the corner and tried to roll out of it, but didn't work. I guess that's what I try. That's what I get for chasing the game. Oh yeah, because I'm dead. Because I died, see. I'm not again. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Definitely does. I mean, I do know Bloodborne the most out of the Souls games, so... Whoa. It's just about sort of reacting to attacks and sort of trying to dodge, especially in this game. This game's very aggressive, whereas Dark Souls is kind of defensive, actually. Honestly, I consider myself very casual. I just really enjoy this series, so... You know, like, I remember whenever Dark Souls 1 first came out, and I heard people talk about it, I was like, why would anyone want to play a game where you die over and over and over again? That doesn't sound fun to me. So I eventually I started seeing, like, the bosses and the lore and things like that, and I was like, I kind of want to try them. So this is where this came from, and around that time Bloodborne was coming out, and I picked it up and I absolutely love it. Oh yeah, point and click adventures. I remember what's that game series called? Escape from Monkey Island. My friend played those back in the day. I never was a big fan of them. Outlast is cool though, I like Outlast. Okay, stop games. No. Oh yeah, this guy's a whack. No. There we go. First visceral attack of the game. And... okay.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Still can't find my mum. Yes? Okay. I can wait. Mum knows I'm really brave. And you're very kind. I won't be afraid. I'll be a good girl. I promise.
Oh wait, I can't do it yet. I'm here too early. Hiya! I've never heard of those series. I have watched a little bit of your Blackwell Let's Play. Really interesting actually. Like, I do like games like that. games with good storytelling I do kind of like. Never heard of the Black Mirror series though. Again, the only sort of point and click sort of series that I sort of know well is Escape from Monkey Island. That would be about it. Maybe Myst as well. I know a little bit about Myst. I think that's point and click. I know one of them is. Yes. Ah, right. That makes a lot of sense. That's probably why I haven't heard of it. Gabriel Knight, huh? Again, I haven't heard of any of these series, but FMV games are pretty cool. So this is a new item we got that we just used. Key to the gate that blocks the Tomb of Odin. Beyond the Tomb of Odin chapel can be found in the centre of the cathedral ward. Only today the church is abandoned, and some say that the residents of Odin have all gone mad. Yeah. Blood Gem Workshop Tool. A misplaced workshop tool from the Hunter's Dream. The hunter who retrieves this can fortify by leading blood gems into them. Blood gems add properties to weapons when used to fortify them, as blood defines as an organism. Yes, I was humming the Zelda chest tune as I was opening the chest. That is what I was doing. Oh, me too. Me too. I definitely plan to do a few Legend of Zelda Let's Plays in the future.
Hmm? Oh, you must be a hunter. Very sorry. The incense must have masked your scent. Good, good. I've been waiting for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside, waiting for it to end. It always does. Always has, you know, since forever. But it won't end nicely. Not this time. Even some folks hiding inside are going bad. The screams of women folk, the stench of blood, the snarls of beasts. None of them's too uncommon now. Yarnum's done for, I tell ya. But if you spot anyone with their wits about them, tell them about this here Erden Chapel. They'll be safe here. The incense wards off the beasts. Spread the word. Tell them to come on over. If you wouldn't mind.
I think you need to talk to me again for it to activate.
I know I shouldn't be asking you, but if you happen upon someone while hunting, tell them about this here Erden Chapel. If they seem worth being told, that is. Oh, and I do sincerely hope they are.
That's a weird laugh. I don't like it. Okay, so now we have unlocked that. Now we can do the thing I was meaning to do, only I kind of missed it. Well, I didn't miss it, but I did it too early. Yeah, it's a very, what sort I'm looking for? Disturbing laugh. I think it's probably more of a, sort of a disturbed laugh. Probably more of a nervous sort of thing. That guy's probably the kindest guy in any Souls series, actually. Let me think where I need to go. There. Because now I need to do the thing I was trying to do earlier, but I just couldn't do it because I didn't unlock the thing to the thing. I love the way they say stuff to you whenever they die. That guy just said you're cursed.
Oh, well, hello. Splendid. Let me ask you a small kindness. You're soon off to hunt, I presume? Then, if you find any survivors, tell them to seek Yusefka's clinic. Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them. This sickness, these beasts, they are not to be feared. This time the night is long. I may be trapped here, but I should do something to help. I'll even offer a reward for your cooperation. Tempted? Well, off you go then.
Oh, did she not give you any more items?
If you find anyone who's still human, send them straight to Yusefka's clinic. You can assure them there's no place safer. Please, do me this service.
Okay. She doesn't give you any more items. Oh dear. Oh well. Should be fine. I should be fine. Maybe. Yes, she does actually, yes. But it's actually bad.
You needn't concern yourself with me. I'm afraid I'm of little help now. But before I take this,
New item?
I made no use of it, but perhaps you. What afflicted me was incurable, but this town gave me hope. Their strange blood bought me time. I was most fortunate, unharmed by the plague of beasts. I can even die human.
Alright, so we got a new item. Flame Sprayer, a special weapon used by certain members of the Healing Church. Spits searing flames by using blood-infused quicksilver bullets as a special medium. Not the most efficient weapon by any stretch, but sometimes a sea of flame is just what the doctor ordered. Haha, I get it. Besides, the face of Yarnum can well use a good cleansing. Oh, right, this way. And that's what I get for trying to fight them normally. So now I need to... Wow. I might be playing badly, in my opinion. So now I need to get my actions back. Thank you. I thought you grabbed me there. Yep. Where are my echoes? Oh, there they are. Hello. Are you... Love that charger to attack. So good. Anyway, now we can do this.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Still can't find my mum. Oh, okay. I can wait. But isn't there something I can do? Maybe Mum and Dad are stuck out there, waiting for me to come and find them. What do you think, Mr. Hunter?
Okay, so actually, I don't think it matters where we send her, but I'll send her to Odin Chapel.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I love you almost as much as Mum and Dad. And Granddad.
Okay, so now... Hiya! So now I don't need the Regial brooch, so I can use it. Oh yes, you can! So basically you refuse to give her the Regial brooch. If you give her the Regial brooch, she, you know, her quest line sort of ends. But if you refuse to give it to her, then she's like, hey, I want to go somewhere. So now we use the Regial brooch because we don't need it anymore. We get the red blood gem. Blood gem that fortifies weapons and adds various properties. Droplet blood gems are special gems that adapt to various weapons and shapes. Created from a bright red brooch, this blood gem strengthens the effect of rallying, a quintessential hunter skill. Rallying symbolizes the battle-worn hunter, who is often the only thing standing after a bloodbath. Nope, she doesn't know that her parents are dead. But, we're going to complete her quest line right now, but in order to do that we need to actually refresh the area. So that is precisely what I'm going to do. I don't think she ever knows that her parents are dead. Oh wait, actually, she does. I think if you do it the other way, where if you give her the Regial brooch, maybe she does know that her parents are dead. Specifically her mom. I don't think she ever finds out that her dad died, but I guess it's assumed at that point. So our area is refreshed. Now,
This town's finished.
we're gonna go this way. Actually, you know what? I'll go back and get 4 extra bullets. Okay, people, stop. gonna head. Okay. So we're gonna fight this pig again for a specific reason. This is always a highlight of Bloodborne, in my opinion. Hey! And now you get the red messenger ribbon. Let me see where that is. Oh, there it's there. Red ribbon that the messengers are oddly fond of. The thick, pungent red was drawn for the organs of some unfortunate victim. A strange choice indeed, but perhaps for the messengers wearing its accessory constitutes for a form of mourning. So it's heavily implied that that ribbon, so the girl goes off to Odin Chapel and the pig unfortunately kills her. And that ribbon is hers. So that's the other way to do the side quest. And you get more items for it, so it's unfortunate, but more items are always good. The quest line actually doesn't proceed on until much later on. I could have just went back to Hunter's Stream and went to Odin Chapel, but we'll go to the journey. Actually, I didn't fortify my weapons. I could do that now, actually. Oh, there's Skirman back.
The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. If the beasts loom large and threaten to crush your spirits, seek a holy chalice, as every hunter before you has. A holy chalice will reveal the tomb of the gods, where hunters partake in communion.
You see anything else?
Most of the holy chalices lie deep within the tomb of the gods, and the few that found their way to the surface were lost again in the hands of men. But if the old hunter tales remain true, one of the holy chalices is worshipped in the valley hamlet. Yet the town is in disarray. It was burned and abandoned for fear of the scourge. Home now only to beasts. The perfect place for a hunter, wouldn't you say?
Alright, so now we can put blood weapons, or blood gems in our weapon. So we have physical attack up 2.1, physical attack up 2.7%, plus rally potential 1.8%. That's obviously better, so we're now slightly stronger, thanks to that. Can I buy anything for insight? Oh, yes, I can buy Gascoigne stuff now. Hunter attire worn by Father Gascoigne, similar to Hunter garb created at the workshop, only these were tainted by a pungent beastly stench that eats away at Gascoigne. Father is a title used for clerics in a foreign land, and there is no such rank in the Healing Church. And I think just the dingy scarf is the holy shawl and symbol of the Healing Church from which Gascoigne would eventually part ways. I think the rest is just saying, yeah. So I can buy this. Actually, it's kind of important that I do. So now, I actually forgot something back to where I was. Because I need to send some people to chapel now. So we're not going to send any to... Well, we are going to send one person to Yosefka. A little later on. I'm trying to remember where to go to get... I think it's the same way you go to... the same way where I was. I just went back earlier. So now I'm slightly stronger, thanks to the... Oh, stop! That's what I get for going outside. Where are you? There you are. I was scared there whenever he was about to attack me. Okay, I'm playing a little recklessly here. Where are you? There you are. No, 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 no. Let's do this the proper way. Charge! Okay, stop doing that. Motion controls. I wish you could just turn them off, because nobody uses them. Yeah, it's this way. Just try and remember myself. Forgot about you. Yeah, I just realized I could have went the other way. Oh well.
So what is it now? Are much better ways to pass the time. Unless you found me a nice safe place.
Alright, Odin Chapel.
Well, what do you know? An outsider worth a lick of salt. Well, don't just stand there. Don't you have work to do? Go slit some throats. Get this mess done with.
Alright, so that's our first NPC saved. Okay, how did you hit me through the wall? Well, I guess I hit you through the wall, so it's only fair, I guess. Yeah, I kind of want... I just want the long way around, because that's the thing you should do. So now, I'll head back to Hunter's Stream. I should level up nicely. But first I'll show off what you can do with the red messenger ribbon. So now we can give accessories to messengers. No thanks. So now we can give it to these guys. And they've got little bloody ribbons, because why not? But we actually need that for later on, so I'm going to leave it unadorned. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. I wasn't sure how to ban people. Well, that's my first spam message, or scam message, on Twitch. Yay. An old chalice is said to be enshrined in old Jarnum, seated in the valley.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Okay, so vitality and endurance, definitely. Arcane. Oh, I can do one more. And skill. Leaves me with four blood echoes. I think I have, yeah, shining coins. So now 24 echoes. So now, if I return to Cathedral Ward. Here she is.
Oh no, I haven't forgotten. Do you think I owe you something? Well, that's a fine lark, I'd say. This whole mess that Yarnum's in is all your fault. You put it to the outsiders. Our blood's ruined, tainted by your ilk. Don't you come near me. I know your type.
So yeah, she's very helpful.
You! Stay away from me! I know all your tricks.
But, she's safe? Yay? Question mark? We did get stuff from her later, though. So... Ow. Okay, Crow, stop being angry. More Madnan's knowledge. And a new item. A crude wooden shield used by the masses who have arisen to join the hunt. Hunters do not normally employ shields, ineffective to the strength of beasts as they tend to be. Shields are nice, but not if they engender passivity. So I guess this is kind of a nod and a dig at Dark Souls, because Dark Souls obviously has tons of shields. Whereas in this game, I think there's like only 3 shields in the entire game, and 2 of them are in the DLC. So, shields are pretty useless in this game. So now we head down this way. Alright, so there's an item here, and I'm gonna try to get it. Yeah. That's later. Well, we'll get to that later. Where are we? Top hat. A hat worn by hunters who admire formality. Some hunters place an emphasis on form, as seen by the use of the threaded cane. For them, formality, beauty, and justice are the very essence of our humanity, and precisely what keeps hunters from becoming something else. I mean, it's cool that we can actually wear a top hat, but I think yeah, the top hat's actually pretty bad. Gives you good blunt defense, but It does make you look like I do look like a proper Victorian era person with this on, but it's actually kind of bad stats wise. So unfortunately, we're not going to have it on. As funny as the top hat run would be, we're not going to do it. Even though, as I've mentioned, armor stats and functions don't really matter. I'm gonna wait for this guy to come across. Oh, you see me? Okay. And then you just walk away? Wait, what? I saw what you were doing. Stop doing it. Actually, I'm gonna need Molotovs. Am I trapped? I'm trapped. I'm not trapped. No. Ow. I am. Monocular used to see a few things up close. Not a hunter's tool, but a simple antique to be used as one sees fit. So yeah, we can just look at stuff now. So, and I think I will. I'll put it on my personal effects. So you just look at things, look at the sun. Don't do this. We're gonna look at the cool Victorian architecture. How do you exit out of it? Yeah. Another problem is you have to actually pick it again in order to exit out of using it. So, wait, are you? Oh. I almost walked past that crew as if to say, oh hey. Here. Yeah, these guys are pretty tough. There we go. Got it. So getting a lot of bloodstone shards now, which is good. More upgrades for our weapon. And pots! Yay! Must destroy all pots. All pots must die. What's must live? Oi! Pot! Yeah, that's right. There. Remind me never to go to pottery class. Did I read the effect? Did I read the Tempering Bloodstone? I don't think I did, but I think it's pretty much the same thing. Blood gem that fortifies weapons and has various properties. Blood gems are especially rare blood stones that grow on cold blood. Blood gems are kneaded into weapons using workshop tools, but only when of matching shape. Most real blood gems have effects that bear upon physical attacks. So, unfortunately, we've done everything there is here. By the way, this is the place where the cleric beast, the first boss that we fought, jumps from. Because you can see the Great Bridge from here, and the cleric beast jumps from that sort of ledge, sort of balcony area, and jumps down onto you. So this is basically above where you fight the cleric beast. Hello? Okay, that was weird. Huh. You're not supposed to activate it until I come close to you. So yeah, at this point, only a special emblem opens the gate. So, in order to open that gate, we need 10,000 echoes, but there is a way around it. So we're going to do the way around it option, which is the long way around. Yay. Should be fine, I don't need to level up. Alright, I don't think I have enough to level up, I think, but I think I'm fine for now. Right, are you guys gonna see me, or am I just gonna come up to you and... Okay, the dog just ran into the fire. These guys still haven't spotted me. Oh, there we go. Now you have. Nope. Okay, I didn't mean to cheat her there. Much knowledge.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred, protege of Master Ligurius, hunter of vile bloods. So, what say you? Our prey might differ, but we are hunters, the both of us. Why not cooperate and discuss the things we've learned?
I don't know what happens if you pick refuse, but in order to do a side quest, we're going to cooperate.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance. Beast hunting is a sacred practice. May the good blood guide your way.
Alright, so we get a new item, fire paper. Of course, paper that applies fire to weapons when rubbed. A hunter tool found in the Healing Church workshop. Since the tragedy that struck Gold Yarden, fire has become a staple of beast hunts, and is thought to cleanse impurity. Certain types of beasts have an abnormal fear of flame. Alright. So now, I think, yeah, we opened up down here. More Madman's knowledge. Temporary blood gemstone. Oh yeah. Hello. Still need to satisfy my killing bloodlust. I didn't mean to turn off my hand lantern. I'm a big kid. Just kill it. Just destroy all these spawns for no reason. I have no reason to do it. It's just fun. Is there anything here? No, is the answer to that question. I think... Yeah, I think you just descend this ladder and then climb back up, Brent. If I remember correctly. Yeah, antidote. So, we need this. Yeah, let me do that. Antidote. Definitely need that. Wait. What's this ladder lead to? Oh, it's just back up here. Yeah. I think, yeah, nothing else beats 2.7% additional stuff, so I think can I upgrade my weapon? Because I got a lot of bloodstone shards. Fortify weapon. Oh yes I can. So now I can get a second bloodstone on my thing and get more attack power. Ooh, HP continues to recover. That's a good effect. Or physical attack up 2.1%. That's really good. So total 4.8%. thing is, the HP continues to recover effect isn't that good, but it's good for certain instances. You know what? I'm actually going to equip that, even though it's weaker. So now my health gradually restores. I think it's like 1 hit point per 5 seconds, so it's kind of bad, but it still health recovers, which is more than nothing, I guess. Maybe I should have got the physical attack up, considering, but I can always go back to change it. I'm not stuck with what I have. So Flame Square, I never use this, so I'm gonna sell it. And the wooden shield. And the torch. You get a better torch later, so I'm just gonna sell it. I think, yeah. This is exactly the same as this, so sell it. And that. I think these two, no, that's actually slightly weaker. Huh. This is actually slightly different, so I guess I'll keep it. So now I have over 10k echoes. I could buy the emblem to open the door, but that's a waste of 10k echoes in my opinion.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well, let me...
Okay, so I have to put up blood tinge to make it equal. Strength for sure. One more. Maybe vitality. Yeah.
Farewell, good hunt. May you find...
I don't know why I'm sort of stressing over what stats level up, because they have to be all the same. Okay, so I am going to take a quick 5-minute break. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Huh, that's better. Okay, where'd I go? Oh, yes. Had to kill more pots. This town is long abandoned. Hunters not wanted here. We ignore signs around here. Okay, so drop down here. Hunter's torch, new item. I think it's just to see him actually. A torch formed by wrapping papyrus in drenched cloth around the end of a long stick, once used in old yarnum, designed to incinerate beasts and victims touched by the scourge. Its fire damage is highly effective against beasts. Yeah, it's pretty much to see him. How do you get back up again? Oh yeah, you have to. Long ladders are long.
You there? Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yarnum, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those alone. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt.
Okay, so there is a way to get to him and get his special item. So I'll be doing that because I've actually never done it before. But we'll be exploring this place though. Yeah. Look at these statues as well. They're all like in various states of despair. And that's the only word I can use to describe it. Look at that. All just various poses of despair and agony. Fun times.
a skilled hunter. Adept, merciless, half cut with blood, as the
So the guy that's talking to us is up there, at the top of that tower. Now you might see something up there. That's a Gatling gun. Yeah. He's gonna attack us with that thing.
which is why I must stop you.
No. I think if you grab me, that would be good. What was his name? Oh, there is a name here. Okay, now I'm gonna have to make a break for it. Run! Okay, so now I'm gonna make a mad dash across here. Oh wait, almost forgot. Okay. Let's go. And yeah, they can climb ladders. I don't know why they can't, but they can. They can climb ladders. But I've got a surprise waiting for them. Are they going to climb up the ladder again? Or are they dead? No, they're not dead. Okay, so I can climb up this ladder and basically try to kill the guy that's shooting at us, but I'm not gonna do that. Let me see if I can remember what I need to attack. Yeah, that's what it is. So, now I'm just taking things a little slowly because I don't want to fall off. that was lucky. Bloody messenger head bandage. Accessory adored by the naive messengers imitating the bandages of scourge victims. Unaware of their meaning, their spatters of blood give it a particularly nice touch. The inhabitants of the stump appear to have an interest in adornment. Why not let them be happy and revel as babes? Wait, I missed that item. Okay, well, I'll be making the journey up here again anyway, so... Got the item, but I'll read it in a minute. Yeah, you're coming. Come on. Hey! Yeah. Okay, so... You guys make sound. There you are. Stop making weird sounds. I think there's another item this side I need to grab. I thought that was an item that's a candle. So I think we've got a new item actually. Yeah, ritual blood. Material used in a holy chalice ritual. One of the basic ingredients used to satiate a holy chalice is this incoagulable blood. When all is melted in blood, all is reborn. So many difficult words. Hello, crows. Shortcut. So, again, I'm going to cheese strats this guy. Come on. Oh, he's smartened up to my trick. Cheese strats for the win. Bone Marrow Ash, new item. Additional medium that strengthens Quicksilver bullets. According to the workshop, this is a special Bone Marrow Ash collected from Hemwick Charnel Lane. Invaluable to hunters with weak blood tinge, require the use of stronger firearms. This essentially makes your next... I think it makes your next bullet attack stronger? Or next... Yeah, next bullet attack. So now I'm going to have to make a mad dash through the top corner here. So, ready? Okay, that was a bad idea, but I did it. Wow, you actually hit me. Hello. Whoa, that's close. Another tempering bloodstone. I think there's an item over here somewhere. Did I grab it? I think I did. Yeah, it's usually there. I think I grabbed it. Right, we've got a new weapon. One of my favourite weapons, actually, the rifle spear. The red moon hangs low, and the beasts rule the streets. I were left to no other choice than to burn it all to cinders. And then shard hunter set. Can they see me? Well, I've got a funny feeling if I step out there, bad things will happen. From the Gatling gun what? Hi! Hi! What? No! 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 Okay. That was an interesting situation. I think I nearly died. I just realized that I've messed up. Have I? Yes, I have. I could go back to Hunter's Stream right now. Or I could explore further. You know what, let's explore further. Feeling brave. It's maybe a bad idea, because the Gatling gun hunter's still out to get me. Luckily he's slow, so I can recover my stamina a bit. Okay, so now we go this way. It's very difficult to see this way, but you can go here. Okay. Oh, this bit. So we should go down here to try to open this door. Does not open from this side. So you don't get there until way later on. Way later on. So we'll do that. Hi. Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. No cheese straps this time. Love that charge R2 attack, actually, so I'll keep the thing on. Actually no, I need the gun for this bit. Because very difficult to see. There's an enemy there. And can you not target him? Oh, you can. get beast blood pellets. That's a new item. Large medicinal pellets, supposedly formed of the coagulated beast blood, banned by the healing church due to their unclear origin, grants the spirit of beasthood, ripping apart the flesh of one's enemies and being rained upon by the splattering blood invigorates oneself of beasthood, fitting strength and euphoric feeling alike. So what this item does is basically gives you like an attack boost, but also lowers your defense. So use it with caution. But it's actually pretty good. The speedrun uses quite a bit of it because it just raises your attack so much. Another antidote. Whoa. I have 14,000 blood echoes. I should probably deposit them. Oh, we opened up a shortcut, which is good. Get some more fire paper. I'm not going to go back yet, actually. I probably should, but I'm not going to, because there are more items. I just want to get a straight run towards the next boss. The next boss is hard. He's hard to get, so I'm glad I got him. Alright, so this is our first offline help we can get, but I'm not going to be doing that just yet. I might think about it, but yeah, we can get offline help. Ow! That's half my health. Oh, come on! Blocked by this tree. Alright, so now I'm gonna go back and refill my echoes, or level up, I should say. I think there is an enemy there, but I don't really want to toy with it because it's a hard-based enemy. I don't know if it saw me. If it did, I'm not gonna ascertain that for it. I got the rifle spare, which I didn't rate. A trick weapon crafted by the workshop heretics, the powder kegs. A prototype weapon serving as a simple firearm and spear, possibly created in imitation of a lost Canehurst weapon. Lacks any notable function, saving it as the only trick weapon with an attached gun. So yeah, this thing is actually really good, because it can basically do thrust damage, which is the best type of damage in the game. And its transformer type you can actually use as not only as a poke or a supercharge, but you can also fire bullets with it with L2, which is really handy actually. It is a little weak. It is more of a dex weapon, I think. I think it's dex. Let me check. Yeah, sort of all round actually. Slightly more on dex scaling and blood tinge scaling, rather than strength, whereas the axe is just pure strength, which is good. So I'm gonna do it up because I do enjoy it. Actually, now I can put on... Ooh, charge attack up 0.4%? Now I can put on that for that. And I don't have anything for that. Actually, with that? Yeah, but that's so good. Like, I would lose attack for that, so I'm not gonna do that. So now I have a backup weapon for HP recovery effect, which is pretty good. Now what? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I just need a level up.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Let me see. So endurance needed, skill, blood tinge, arcane. Oh, I can't. The skill's good. Yeah, I'll keep it like that.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Excuse me. Right, so... Yeah. I think all I've left to do is defeat Bloodstarved. I think that's all I can do. I think if I go to Cathedral Ward now, the Snatcher will be there, and I can I do that now? I'm gonna find out.
Away from me. I know all your tricks.
You pretty much say the same thing. Yeah, not there yet. Right, so Bloodstarved I think we're on to now. Alright, so Bloodstarved is now very easy to get to. All you need to do is jump down here, and drop down here. I think you just roll off. Okay. So I'm just going to try this fight normally. Whatever normal is. But I do need poison resistance. So I think Gascoigne's stuff gives me the most poison resistance. Yeah. What's my HP increasing? Yeah. I mean, it'll take forever to increase like that, so... You know what? Let's be brave. There's the next boss. blocked by the wall. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. Well, this is more like what I was expecting to die a bunch. I forgot he had that attack where he just grabs you and then you die, pretty much. So we're up to 6 now, in terms of our death count. was alive! I was alive! I was alive! And then I died. I was actually alive, and then I died. Lucky number 7 in terms of deaths. I don't know how I dodged all of that, but I did. Hey, stop behind me! Get away! Right, third attempt. cocktail didn't work. Well, it did. It sort of stopped him, but I couldn't really make use of it. So that strategy is not really worth it. Right. Attempt number 4, I think. Over here, yeah. Oh, so close. So close. It's, needed to get away and he wouldn't get away from me. Couldn't get away from that third attack. Couldn't get away from that third attack. I wonder if I should grind a little bit. I don't think it'll help much, but... I'll give it one more go. And then I might grind. Does it tell me how many blood vials I have in my... No, it doesn't. It doesn't tell me how much blood vials I have in my storage. Unless I'm in the dream, so... This fight's tough, so... Okay, stop. Just stop, please. Huh, they drop bounties. Good to know. getting too defensive. I should have just attacked. But I didn't. Oh yeah, I was gonna go to the dream and see how much blood vials I have. See if I need to grind. Oh, I've over 100. I'm fine. Maybe after the next attempt if I don't get it. Right, here we go again. Hopefully I can do it this time. Soon. ideal, but didn't work. Didn't work at all. Darn. That was weird. I think I was out of stamina. I'm determined to do this boss fight before I end the stream tonight. soon. Ugh. Trying to chase strats him and it's not working. It usually works. Maybe I should grind at this point. I'll do one more. Because at the minute I'm just bashing my head against the brick wall here. Yeah, you better run. Okay, maybe I shouldn't taunt the werewolf. Oh, that's a hard fight. That's a hard fight. Oh my goodness, that's a hard fight. That's such a hard fight. But I did it. Oh goodness. Oh wow, I am totally out of bullets. Okay, stop doing that, please.
The healing church and the blood ministers who belong to it were once guardians of the hunters in the times of the hunter Ludwig. They worked and forged weapons in their unique workshop. Today, most ministers don't recall the hunters, but they have much to offer you. And so, heed the message of your forebears. Ascend to Erden Chapel. Ascend to Erden Chapel. From there, you will find the church workshop.
Okay, so now we beat Bloodstarved Beast. We can actually, I can level up, I think. But we also got a new item. Ritual Chalice found in the Church of the Good Chalice. Used in a ritual at the tomb altar in the Hunter's Drain to break the seal of an old underground labyrinth. Let the chalice reveal the tomb of the gods. Let blood be the hunter's nourishment, and let ye partake in communion. So these are the chalice ritual dungeons, and they have unique bosses in them. So guess what? We're gonna be doing them, all of them. Now I don't know how many there are. I have the guide in front of me, so I could look, but that'll take time. But there's a lot. And the ones that we're going to do are the shared fixed dungeons, because they're the ones that the developers made, and there's unique bosses in them, so we're going to be doing them. All fun and games, of course. So now, Cathedral Road. Now, this door, which was locked, is now open because we beat the Bloodstarved Beast. And yeah, there's more Gatling gun people. Alright, we get our first rune. A secret symbol left by Carl, runesmith of Bergenworth. several runes relate to blood, including communion, which raises the maximum number of blood vials one may carry. This rune represents the healing church and its ministers. Blood administration is, of course, the pursuit of communion. So each one of those gives you like a unique effect. So this one gives you essentially an ability to hold one extra blood vial. So normally you can hold up to 20 blood vials and bullets, but that obviously increases it to 21. Alright, this place. I do not like this place because you're meant to drop down from here. Specifically here. And if you don't, you die. I actually don't know if I have enough health for this, but we do. Just. And then we're gonna drop down here. So hey, this place is familiar. You notice there's no music here either? Yeah, that's intentional. Alright, so I can dress up as the doll. There's tons of items here, so I'm just going to get them all and then read them all. Look, there's the doll. Just an abandoned doll. Alright, so now third umbilical cord, a great relic, also known as the cord of the eye. Every infant great one has a precursor to the umbilical cord. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter of the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Used to gain insight, and so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. So this, along with two other third umbilical cords, is the key to get the true ending. So, yeah, there's that. I'll probably use those later on. I don't think I really need to use it now. What else did we get? I think we got Old Hunter's Bone, yes. The bone of an old hunter whose name is lost. It is said that he was an apprentice to Old German and a practitioner of the art of quickening, a technique particular to the first hunters. It is most appropriate that hunters, carriers of the torch, who are sustained by the dream, would tease an old art from his remains. So that basically speeds up your rolling quick steps, giving you a faster dodge time. I don't know if that means whether or not the faster dodge time equates to less iframes. Probably does, I actually don't know. And we got this small hair ornament. A small, very ordinary hair ornament. Although it's been lost for quite some time, one can still see the signs and care which this tasteful ornament was once kept. Its colour would stand out most brilliantly against the head of greyish hair. So that's a little hint to who you give it to. So we're going to head back to the hunter's stream. Because we give this to the doll. She's always up here now.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? What? What is this? can't remember. Not a thing, only I feel a yearning, something I never felt before. What's happening to me? Tell me, Hunter, could this be joy?
Alright, we get a tear stone for that. Also that line, tell me, Hunter, is this joy? It's actually one of my favourite lines in the game. I don't know why, it just is. Let me see, I think it's actually an item. Yes, here it is. Silver shining tear stone used to change into a droplet blood gem that fortifies any weapon. A doll shell sheds neither blood nor tears, and thus its nature remains unknown. So we just use it. We get a tear blood gem, which is actually really good. Gives you HP continues to recover +2. A blood gem that fortifies weapons and adds various properties. Droplet blood gems are special gems that adapt to various weapons and shapes. Created from a shining silver doll tear, this blood gem is a quiet but unfaltering friend that continually restores HP, the life essence of a hunter. Perhaps the doll's creator had wished for such a friend, albeit in vain. Really interesting, actually. Never really read that before. So now, I'm actually going to number 4 or 5, blood gem fortification. So now I have HP continues to recover +3 total, which is pretty good for that weapon. So I could level up, but I'm actually not going to. Complete reward. I should have. I'll go up first. I meant to do that this time. He's a good source of bullets, actually. The sky and the cosmos are one. The choir. Here's what I was looking for. Radiant Sword Hunter badge. One of the badges crafted by the Healing Church, the Radiant Sword, indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remain of an ancient line of heroes that date back to a very early age of honor and chivalry. Chivalry. Find that word kind of hard to say. Chivalry. I think it's chivalry. It's just how you pronounce it. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. Why am I going the wrong way? I don't know why I'm going the wrong way. Oh wow, is that? Oh, is that? Is that the, yeah it is. Okay, you can stop. Please. Okay, so now that we did that, we can go down this way. This is very tricky to ascertain where you need to go or can go. I don't think I missed any items. Apart from this one. Madman's Knowledge. And then you can drop down here. Then what you need to do is jump across, drop down. Drop down. Alright, we got a beast rune. A secret symbol left by Carl, runesmith of Bergenworth, and transcription of the roar of the labyrinth beast, bearer of the beast rune, has accentuated temporary transformation effects. Beast is one of the early Carl runes, as well as one of the first to be deemed forbidden. The discovery of blood entailed to the discovery of undesirable beasts.
A night of curses. A night to remember. We you say, friend?
Okay, kind of weird. Alright, new items. I usually don't like non-complete sets, so I'll probably sell these because... Oh, I didn't really even read the doll clothes. A discarded doll's hat, likely a spare for dress-up. A deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article, and the care with which it was kept. It borderlines on mania, and exudes a slight warmth. I think the rest of it's the same. Yeah, I think the rest of it's the same. Just gloves, a skirt. Common Yarnum cap, well worn and losing its shape. Just well worn double sweat. Hello, dog. Okay. These are the first snatchers of the game. Oh, he's probably still... Oh, I don't know where he is. Shit! Hi! No! What? I think that means, am I in a place where I don't want to be right now? Yes, I am. Luckily, the door's not locked. Okay, so I actually don't want to be here right now, but I'm glad I am. Madmen toil serendipitously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their secrets. Okay, so I'm actually going to put on Gascoigne's gear once again. Because you need church clothes, and Gascoigne's clothes are considered church clothes in order to do this.
Oh, merciful God, help me. In the name of the healing church, cleanse us of this horrible dream. By your garb, the healing church, you've come to save me. Oh, thank you, dear saint. I have no words to express my relief. You can take this, at least. It's sure to please an upstanding member of the church like you. Oh,
thank you so much, dear gods. Thank you so much. I was seized on the street by the hulking brute in the cathedral ward and locked up here. There were many others, but they've been taken away. And I've heard moans echoing in the distance ever since. So, the hunt is on tonight. Then the streets are perilous, and every door will be shut tight. Perhaps it isn't my place to ask, but do you know somewhere that might take me in?
Alright, so we tell her of Odin Chapel.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll set out as soon as I can. I pray for success on your hunt, kind hunter. I'll set out as soon as I can. I pray for success on your hunt, kind hunter.
Okay, so now that that's done, we need to head this way. So now I need to get my echoes back because they're still down there. have no echoes. Give them back. Hard to see if there's anyone coming up that way. I don't think there is. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, stop sitting down. This did. Try and sneak up on him. Do the old charge R2 with a spear. I got it. Now we're on the other side of Cathedral Ward. I open this. Getting the item, numbing mist. Further create a mist cloud that numbs the hunter's life essence and prevents restoration of hit points. Said to be used by the blood hunters of Canehurst, its recipe is a secret closely guarded by the line of nobles inhabiting the castle. I don't think I read the other top hat. Where is it? Key items probably. Yeah, a messenger top hat. A hat that messengers are awfully fond of. A nice top hat rounds out any ordinary gentleman. The inhabitants of the stomach period have been interested in Dorman. Why not let them be happy rebels be of such purpose to see him? Hat that messengers are awfully fond of. Symbol of preventive hunters of the Healing Church. Oh yeah, I think we get a reward now for talking to him.
Ah, the hunter. Thank you. So that holy woman, you told her about this place, right? Well, she don't offer me much in the way of conversation, but still, I'd rather see her alive anyhow. If you find any saints, send them along. If you find, send them along.
Alright, so now, the one that we find in Garagul is here.
Oh, brave hunter. You're alive. Thank you very much. The town is in disarray, but there are still people here. Together we await the help of the healing church. I cannot begin to express my gratitude to you. The only thing that I can offer is my own lowly blood, if it would suffice.
So, I'm actually not gonna do this.
Forgive me, I should have known better. What would a brave hunter do with lowly blood like mine? Please, forget I even asked.
I mean, she does give you something that's really good, but it's kind of a negative effect on her. Let's just put it that way. Hello, where did you come from? Now, we can go around. Open this gate. Climb up here. Now, we're on the other side. We don't need to spend 10k. Look at that. Easy. poison knife, new item. A knife slathered in poison. This curved knife is as thin and as sharp as a surgeon's blade, often used in self-defense by special doctors in the healing church. They say that hunters traditionally avoid the use of poison, likely because poison is too slow to act in the heat of the hunt.
Oh my, what a queer scent. But I'd take it over the stench of blood and beasts any day. What is it then? I'm off during hunts, so if that's what you're here for, I'll leave you to your own devices. If that doesn't do it, come back in the morning, darling. Oh, thank goodness. You're a hunter, right? Might you know of a safe place? The night is long, and I've very little of the incense left. Please, there must be some nice place to run off to. Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
Awesome. So now...
You're not from around here, are you? Well, an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast. And step away from my castle. Ah, enough of you. What, you think this is funny? Well, I certainly don't, so be gone with you. I'll have nothing to do with your beast stunts. What's this two-bit nonsense you're peddling? I heard you told that wench about some shelter. Well, she's a damn fool to trust an outsider. And why? Well, her sort's probably just fixing to feed some of your coin. All right. What crafty lies does the outsider have today? You think I'm an easy mark? Yeah? Well, give me your best shot.
So the interesting thing about this guy is you actually have to tell him the opposite of where you actually want him to go. So if you tell him of Odin Chapel, he'll go to Yosefka's clinic. And if you tell him of Yosefka's clinic, he'll go to Odin Chapel. So I want him to go to Odin Chapel, so I'll tell him of Yosefka's clinic.
Yeah, sorry. Too sharp for that bollocks. I know a superstition when I hear one. Outsiders. Even their lies are predictable.
Alright, so that's that done. cheese that. Alright, so now I think I can head back to Hunter's Stream because I have a lot of things done here. Ow! Come on! I hurt you. Go away. Stop. Hair to the natural blood, purveyor of administration, place your hand in the altar's sacred covering, and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh. So, we're going to go back here, but we opened the door, so that's one thing that we did. I'm actually going to head back to the Hunter's Stream right now. material used in a holy chalice ritual, an exquisite eyeball removed quickly after death, or perhaps even before, used to unlock the seal of the old labyrinth hintertombs. Now I think I need to refresh the area. Oh, she is here.
Oh, hello there. Perfect timing. I must warn you not to go near the tomb below Erden Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. Henrik, an old hunter, has gone mad. And he's my mark. Don't go near the tomb below Erden Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. I have business there first.
Oh, I didn't even notice her laughing there. So now I can refresh the area. So we have a couple of things we can do now. We can go to Odin Chapel, or the place where we fought Gascoigne. That's what we'll do first. Refreshing the area gives us the 2 NPCs that we saved, so we can do that and then go talk to them. I think that'll... So, now, I want to sell some stuff. Beast Blood Pellet, I never used them. So, selling them. Pungent Blood Cocktail, never used them. Numbing Mist is good, but I never use it. Bone Marrow Ash, never use it. Shining Coins, never use them. Now the, Rumpled Hat, Sweat Clothes, because it's not a complete set, I just sell them because it's not a complete set. Alright, now we can get one of my favourite weapons in the game. There it is, Ludwig's Holy Blade. It is 20,000 echoes, but it's worth it. So now, I'm going to take off the Hunter's Axe. Because I don't need it anymore. Oh, right. Oh! Huh. I need 16 strength. Okie dokie then. So it looks like I'll be holding on to the axe for a while. Yeah, I need 16 strength. I have enough skill, but I need 16 strength. It'll be a while before it gets to 16, so... Looks like we're going with the axe. Can I still fortify it? Oh, I can. I can still fortify it. yeah, we can get fire paper now. Yeah, not too bad. I'm actually going to use a lot of my blood echoes, actually.
Welcome home. What is it you... Very well, let me...
Skill... Use the ritual also to create a chalice dungeon with chalice ritual. Search for chalice dungeons created by hunters in other worlds. So basically, people could make like chalice ritual dungeons on their own, which is really, really cool. But we're just going to be doing the fixed dungeons. Alright, so that's done. Now, where do we go? Trying to think. Where's next? So yeah, the Odin Chapel thing, so we need to go to Central Yarnum. Get better timing that again. It's good.
It's all your fault! I'll mess up your brain!
Wow. I've never seen that happen before. Is he here? Oh, he's here. He is here. Good. Hi.
That wasn't necessary of you, but you have my thanks. We made it with our lives. You're not bad at all. You must have killed Gascoigne as well, then. He was falling apart, I'm sure it had to be done. But try to keep your hands clean. A hunter should hunt beasts. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
One of my favorite emotes. Where is it? Approvals, switch. Like to buy, like to sit down, Hunter's Rally is pretty good. Joy is pretty good. So I think without Eileen, I don't think that fight's, well, it's doable. It's just really gonna be really hard.
Alive and well at that. Another one you sent made it here safe and sound. This place is a haven now for so many. Thanks to you. I'm overjoyed, really, that you'd even give me the time of day. I don't suppose there's anybody out there worth saving anymore, but you did all you could. And so many owe you so much. Amazing, really. Not because you're a hunter, but because you're you. Makes me think, once dawn breaks, maybe I can just, you know, start over. Makes it easier to bear all of this, you see. You've made life easier. Thank you. If you please, kind hunter, when the night of the hunt passes, suppose we could be friends? Maybe? Now, I know I hardly deserve it, but, well, I had to just ask, you know. Out of line, yes, perhaps so, but, well, give it a thought. If you wouldn't mind, of course.
So yeah, I have everybody safe now. Stop doing that.
Oh, hello, dear. You weren't lying. This is a safe place. Thank you. I'm in your debt. I'd like to tender my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood. But would you even take a whore's blood?
Again, I'm going to refuse this.
Yes, I see. I suppose that's natural. If you ever change your mind, you know where I'll be.
Ah, you. The swindling off-comer. Did you really think that'd work? There's no fooling me. Now, off with you. You heard me. Go away. I can't stand the stench of your lying breath. I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the lady of the night. I can see it in her eyes. She deeply resents the young saint. She hears people whisper. She knows what people think of her. Yes. She despises the saint for having what she doesn't. Bloody wench, they should have moved her on ages ago. I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the blind man. There the beggar sits at the bottom of the bloody food chain, and then he's here acting like he owns the place. He's not to be trusted. What's he want with all those people anyway? That little weasel has a murky past, I'm telling you. Give it a rest, please. I've no time for your petty lies. And what? Just go away now. I can't stand the stench of your lying breath.
Alright, so now, I'm trying to think what else we can do. Yeah, we can actually go up. Ow! Stop that! These two guys are tough. I'm gonna try and take them on one at a time here. Okay, stop. Do I have them in a weird loop? Charge attack too much. Okay, stop. Stop, please. Thank you. Come on, you whale. Okay, so this guy with two blood vials. Well, this guy's actually easier though, because he can use the well. got it. Whew. Yeah, bolt paper. Where is it? There it is. Coarse paper applies bolt to weapons when rubbed. Invented by Archibald, the invidious and eccentric of the Healing Church Workshop. Artificially recreates the blue sparks that are said to surround dark beasts. Unlike the other strange weapons created by Archibald, this one was favoured by many hunters, in particular those who have never once laid eyes on a dark beast. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to Hunter's Stream to heal. Oh yeah. I'll give messengers. The top hat. Yeah, there they have the top hats. We have to have the top hats somewhere in this playthrough. Running a little low on blood vials and bullets, but not too bad.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it? Very well, let me...
And... No, Arceum.
Farewell, good hunter.
Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to shoot the doll. I actually didn't mean to shoot the doll. Alright, so we did quite a lot today. On my first sort of live play. I'm actually going to end the stream right here. And yeah, thanks a lot for hanging out. It's been awesome. I had a good birthday. So this playthrough will be continuing on Thursday, same time, 5 PM GMT. And then if you're interested in speedrunning, I do a little speed run of Octopath Traveler on Saturdays, so that's what I'll be doing this Saturday. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, folks. I'm gonna see if there's anyone to raid or host tonight. I would like to, but we'll see what's on here. Nah, you know what, I'll just end it tonight. But thank you folks for hanging out, and I will of course see you again.